So this is my reading, commentary, and reflections on chapter 29 of the Proverbs. I'm not sure how long this episode is going to be, but I intend to make this the last episode of chapter 29. Now, as recent practice will have it, I have been introducing each new day, and there are usually multiple days within a given episode, with a prayer. So, dear Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you that I can be here. I thank you for the moments that I am able to move outside of myself to the extent that I can consider others. I can consider their worth, but not in a judgmental way, but worth in the sense that I am drawn to them because there's inherent value by their person, by their being. And of the times that I don't necessarily find myself in this posture, I'm thankful for the opportunity to reflect on why that might be the case. And I'm thankful that I can work to improve on this experience. I'm thankful that I have so much abundance in my life. I'm thankful for health. I'm thankful for a job. I'm thankful that I have friends. I have strong social connections. I'm thankful for a healthy mind and a healthy body. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, so last time I left off with verse 20. We're going to continue with verse 21. There are 27 verses in this chapter. He that delicately brings up his servant from a child shall have him become his son at the length. So a few verses ago, verse 19, we had another verse on the servant, and at that time I was explaining that there are not very many verses that include the character of the servant. And there are a few interesting concepts that we went over on that verse, discussing the role of the servant, discussing the position of the servant, discussing how we might conceptualize the servant in the modern day compared to when this was written. So the question before we move into this and work on the reflection is, what direction are we going to go in? Sometimes I've taken a rather apologetic tone to reflecting on a verse. It eventually evolves out of it, but I want to steer clear of that for a moment. I want to think about this word servant not as some pejorative, but as a potential position, a place that a human being can occupy, that this place of the servant is always something that exists in the Aristotelian sense. There's another concept that was discussed in the previous episode that had to do with the word correction. We saw the word correction in verse 17, correct your son, and he shall give you rest. Yeah, he shall give delight unto your soul. A servant will not be corrected by words, for though he understand, he will not answer. And there are these two conflicting visions, maybe not conflicting, but there's these two ideas of correction that form a broader whole of what a correction can be. There's one that was quite subtle in terms of the correct your son, he shall give you rest. There was a reflection on how intricate, how subtle, how time-consuming this type of correction is. It requires a particular environment, the environment that facilitates growth, that facilitates the desire to learn, the desire to want to be orderly and industrious. And then on the other hand, when we think the servant will not be corrected by words, we think more so of the symbol of the rod, the executive punishment, the enforcer of law. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself brings his mother to shame. And so with this in mind, we approach this verse. He that delicately brings up his servant. And so there is a discussion about exactly what does delicate mean. Depending on the context, it can have a few different meanings, perhaps subtle meanings. There's a way in which delicacy may imply a softness of touch in the physical sense. But if we expand that out into different things, this idea of softness and the approach of some behavior, it can either imply a degree of fragility, or, just like in the case of the former correction, it can imply subtlety and sophistication. Now, I don't necessarily think that fragility is the main focus of this verse. I don't necessarily think that making a servant extremely fragile and perhaps even docile, submissive to the extreme, will necessarily lead him to become the son. There's that position change, position transfer, position transition between the son, or between the servant and the son, something we'll get to. But to stay on this topic of delicacy, although if we grasp the relationship as something that is fragile, I think that does afford us with something that is useful. It is not the case that what we are trying to instill in that fabric of the relationship is fragility, but rather we treat it with care, because we know that too much force, too much pressure, or lack of correction in the sense of the rod, the executive sense, can lead to fragility, so in both extremes. So there has to be exposure from different angles, almost as if we are thinking about a sculptor. We can think about various substances. The specific material that the sculptor is using, I don't think really matters. It could be clay, or it could be marble. The point is that there needs to be various forces applied to different aspects of that material to make it into the shape or the form that we desire, the form that we want. If we lack sufficient force, we lack, probably most importantly, sufficient attention, or if we are too heavy-handed, and again, we don't pay enough attention, in both situations, we will miss the mark. We will not produce the form that we wish to see, wish to develop. And so I have to move away from this idea of a word itself being inherently a negative, because what makes it a negative is its relationship to other things. So when we say delicacy, we don't necessarily imply negativity, but we also don't necessarily imply positivity. Within the context of the verse, however, I think there is a positive twist to the term, because there is a relationship change, there is a status change between the servant and moving towards the Son, as I've mentioned. And so this, relationally, is like a promotion. If we think just sort of a rigid military sense, it's quite easy to see it in this way, that the servant is well below the position of the Son, relationally. But let's not get too far into the relationship just yet. So we have this concept of delicacy. We've introduced the idea or the theme that delicacy can be delicacy. Any word is contextual. There is a slight positive twist, or there is a positive twist to this. So we do have to interpret it in that framework, but also keeping in mind that just because there is a positive direction to this doesn't mean that the other roads are not there. The potential for the contextual framework to be altered always exists, and on the path to understanding this positive context, we have to also consider the potential pitfalls. So, like thinking about fragility in the negative sense, or things of the like. But when we think now of delicacy of bringing up, this adds an interesting layer to it, because the process of bringing something up is quite intricate. And the idea of bringing something up can be quite broad. When I think of bringing something up, again, void of the context of this verse, I think of a conscious realm. I think of mind. I think of an agent that is above most, if not all, of the material things and even biological things that he sees around him. Above him in a certain sense, but not above in others. I have to give biological life on this planet its due, just like we give others in our society their due. We think that everybody has, at some level, an inherent equality, even though there are many aspects of us that are not equal and should not be seen as equal. But there are certain fundamental things that are equal that ought always to be seen as equal, like the value of life, for example. And I think this can be extended out to a certain degree to life, to animals in the animal kingdom. There's various gradations of this and of our value of different animals and organisms. So I think about this landscape of mind, this landscape of consciousness. And again, I think about our place in it, and I think about how different, the ways in which we are different from all of the material, including biological life, that we have around us. Our immediate awareness doesn't necessarily afford us I have to be a little careful here. There's a sense in which belief brings us to a point of understanding or knowing that within this conscious realm there's a lot of possibility. When we start with certain axioms, like that there is a creator, however we may define that, or a consciousness that is the backdrop of all of reality, and information would not, or thingness in general, would not exist without the creative input of mind to give it some direction, to give it some purpose. This axiom is quite important, I think, to facilitate our understanding of the broad conscious landscape that our own minds inhabit. And however limited we may be in our immediate surroundings, we still find ourselves quite elevated, given most of, if not all of, what we know of this material experience. And by that, we are in a particular position. We are in the position of growing things, of growing ideas from the conscious realm, the conscious world, the minded world, into the world that we find ourselves living in, what we would call the material world, or lower levels of information. And so as we plant these seeds into the lower informational sphere, we are bringing something up of that information. And I should mention that when I say seed, what I mean essentially is a thought. I suppose there are a few different things that can be thought of here, but or conceptualized, but I think a thought is sufficient for now, that it is encapsulated in this metaphorical seed. And there is at some point this intermingling relationship among levels of information, such that our consciousness permeates the lower levels to raise it up for our purposes, or purposes beyond ourselves, which is ideal. So what do I mean by that? How can I describe that in clearer terms? Well, as I look in front of me, there are plenty of things in here, plenty of material things in here, that do not possess the same type of agency or conscious experience that I do. But they are all quite ordered. They are all quite distinct things. They all represent different things. I have a few pens on my desk. There's a keyboard. There's a statue of the Egyptian goddess Beset, the cat goddess. There's an African drum that has some sort of fur over the top of it. I have a couple of paintings in my room, a bookshelf, the Bible that sits in front of me. All of this is quite purposeful material, but they are things, they are identities of themselves that are quite inferior to us, or the human being. They all serve the human being. They are servants to the human being. The parallel here to the verse, I think, is kind of interesting. So when we think about the servant, it's a bit uncomfortable when we broach this territory because of that relationship among men, but nonetheless, the lower levels of man, I think they occupy somewhat of a similar state. It doesn't mean that because they, at least in our moral framework now, just because they occupy a lower state of position, of transformational experience, or perhaps even physical limitations in terms of minded capacity. And I just want to pause for a second and reflect that I think of myself many times that I am insufficient compared to many people. And that's probably true to varying degrees. And as there are other people of much stronger mental prowess that are going through a similar mental exercise, they would probably consider somebody like myself to be beneath in a certain respect. Again, not in certain fundamental respects, but in respects that what we mean here of the servant. But going back to this idea that if we scale the informational landscape from the simple material that is raised to fill human purposes. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I at least want to state this idea. That of the human domain, as we compare ourselves to others, which is always a dangerous business. They say comparison is the thief of joy. As we find ourselves in varying positions in society, I think we necessarily occupy a role for which we are lifting something up. We are raising something up, or we are fulfilling some purpose. That could be the purpose of another. There are millions upon millions of possibilities here. But to return to the basics again, to the phrase that we were talking about, the delicacy of bringing something up. This idea of purpose, the idea of raising simpler information, not necessarily to a state of complexity, but to a state of purpose. And I think there's an even subtler conversation to be had here about exactly what does it mean by raise. Because I think even in the case of an individual who wishes harm, or wishes what he believes to be good, which is actually harmful, let's say a person that physically harms another person, or even a person that murders somebody else, take an extreme example. Or we can also say, just thinking about a relatively recent example, about various institutions that at large scale slaughter individuals. I think about the gulags or the pogroms in communist Russia, in which there was a massive effort to plant seeds within the simpler material experience, informational landscape, and raise it up to a degree to facilitate a terrible thing. So there's this possibility of raising something up towards a purpose that is evil, essentially. And so I say that not to say that raising something up is evil, of course. Not even to say that it is inherently, or maybe I should say, raising something up, much like we began the discussion about things being contextual, the upness I don't think necessarily is equivalent to goodness. Raising something up, I think, is required in our sense to appreciate goodness, to see goodness. Well, I think there are plenty of things that we can see without planting that seed within a simpler, maybe not simpler, but informational, organizational structure that is beneath the level of consciousness that we experience. And we can still appreciate many, many things. We can appreciate beauty beyond our understanding of things that are outside of ourselves, that have had no influence by the human hand. So I'll take back that statement. But what I do wish to say is that this process of raising, I think, raising for purpose, is a fundamental driver for the human being, for the human experience. It is one of the ways that he finds meaning in life. It is one of the ways that he moves in the minded sphere, and also translates the minded sphere into the material. So while it may not be inherently good or bad, it does depend on the context. It is an important aspect of his experience. So today happens to be a new day, new thoughts. But as with all new days, I'd like to begin this segment with a prayer. And so, dear Lord, I thank you that I can be here today. I thank you that I can sit here and reflect. I thank you for the events that have unfolded today. I thank you for my attention. I thank you for a good day. I thank you for particular interactions that I've had with people. I thank you for their depth and their insights, perhaps. The insights that I can gain from others. The insight that I can gain with others. And Lord, what I wish now for the next hour, likely that I'll be sitting here and recording this, that if it be the times of speaking or the times of silent reflection before the spoken word, I wish them both to be productive. I wish them both to be continuous, and that there is no pause or hesitation for something inferior to that attention. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. So we will be taking a slightly different path given that it is a new day, but it will not be entirely broken from the previous thinking. I want to reread the proverb that we're on because I wish to linger here for some time. He that delicately brings up his servant from a child shall have him become his son at the length. So we were focusing on, or we were trying to explain this bringing up, the delicacy of bringing up. And within this concept of bringing up, we imagine an information landscape in which the agents that occupy this landscape, the mindedness that is floating atop this information, or the organization of what we would call, how we would see it as simpler pieces of information. It is raised in the sense that, separate from the morality of the situation, there is a purpose brought into organization that is of an agentic genesis or conception. The irony being that man himself is of this process. Finding himself sort of nested, like a Russian doll, within these layers. Now, depending at this layer, at this level, what man wishes to do with his mind will affect the surrounding layers. I'm sure it has some effect on the layers above as it does beneath. Sometimes it's hard to say how. But man truly finds himself in an interesting place. For all of our bickering about man's view of himself as something that is prideful in this story, I think we don't necessarily have to ponder such unimportant things. Man is who we are, and I think we have to be agents of this experience to the fullest. Again, it doesn't mean to submit to pride, but it means to have a particular satisfaction at the level that we experience. But we should have that because we are the beings that are able to connect to the layers that are above and below. We don't think that we are in a vacuum with nothing more to this whole thing than us. But I suppose either way we give it up. We invent ourselves a god, or we understand there to be one there already. In any case, it will be the same thing. There's no way that reality doesn't converge onto one thing. He that delicately brings up his servant. So we have this bringing up, at least the landscape of bringing up. And we have this word delicacy. In and of itself, it doesn't mean that it is good or bad, but it is a word of care and concern. For we must concern about something that is worth its expression, perhaps to our sights. And what makes it worth its expression is that transition point between the servant and the son. It is where it goes. As I've mentioned, bringing something up doesn't necessarily imply that something is good. The heavenly element, at least in this conceptual frame, means that it is bringing farther meaning and purpose. But there are plenty of things that involve meaning and purpose that lead to destructive ends. Destructive ends that are outside of the normal process of things. The normal process of things being that there is an ending to and a finality to life. When I mean what I say, what I mean when I mention destruction, it is the explicit or inadvertent destruction of something, destruction of creation by the hand of man. And so, speaking now about this transition point between the servant and the son, it would seem that this position change is a position going from an inferior place to a superior place. The interesting thing about this is we're not really considering purposeless information or purposeless material. We're starting with a human being, and we are ending with a different relationship. So one must ponder these mechanics. Now within these mechanics, there are many places to go here, so I'm pausing for a moment to consider what the best course of action is. I suppose we can go through the exercise again of speaking of the servant, of what this person is. Last episode, I spoke of the servant in terms of the context of the way in which the ancient people would have known it to be. Now, I don't think I'll get into the specifics of that, but I do want to get into the specifics of the word serve. So, basic definition: to perform duties or services for another person or an organization, be of use in achieving or satisfying. When we think about the etymological roots, the meaning that comes to mind is a servant or a slave, servitude. Of the definition of servitude, the state of being a slave or completely subject to someone more powerful. And so there's Here, I think we finally have our more fundamental relationship. It is the, bizarrely enough, I think we'll have to explore the following term, subject, in more detail, but there is a relationship between subjects. And one of these subjects is subject to the other subject. So how can we make sense of this? In the case of the agents, the word subject is to refer to that aspect of themselves. And in the case that they are, one person is subject to another, this is the relationship that I find fascinating. Because here, as we begin to unfold this relationship, the position, relatively, longitudinally, probably will not change all that much between servant and, what does it say, son? Servant and son. Now, position, in a way, again, in that longitudinal sense, but in a contextual sense, positionally, there will be a large shift, maybe in the transverse plane, we can say. So in one way, the position of the son is subject to the father. In one way, the position of the servant is subject to the master. So they occupy that same verticality, but in no way is the servant the same as the son. So the son occupies a different perspective. So now what of this relationship that we also call subject? We call the agents, but also the relationship subject. So when we go back to Latin, we have the prefix sub, which means under. Establish that fairly readily. Lacere, meaning to throw, cast, or place. So we have an idea of where something is placed, and then an idea of placement itself. So where, and then something is stationed. Now, there are many words, especially as we think about the evolution of this word subject, that again, there is this idea of authority and control, that if somebody is subject to somebody else, that they are under the authority of somebody else. So this is the next thing that I'd like to talk about. What does it mean to be under somebody's authority, or under somebody's control? It would seem to me, again, if we revert back to what we were talking about earlier with the informational landscape, that among agents, and particularly among human beings, we have this ability to reach into this informational landscape. In the cognitive sense, there is the hand of the mind reaches and grasps the affordances, the informational affordances of another individual. What do I mean by that? I think it can be said reasonably that among any discussion of free will, that a totalizing free will is not something that is true, in the sense that there are many things that I may wish to do, but I am unable. So for example, I'm unable to teleport, I'm unable to go back in time, I'm unable to maintain my existence while jumping out my window. I happen to live fairly high in the sky. I may not become a dog or a cat in the physical sense, and so my will is limited by certain constraints. Some of them are material, some of them are more conscious and minded, but nonetheless I am limited. But there is an available sphere for which I possess a freedom of will. And I think that when we consider the subjection of man from one to another, I think it can be said that what is happening is a narrowing of that informational possibility in terms of another's will. So a servant has much less of a freedom of expression than does the master. The son has much less of a freedom of expression than the father. But the son does possess a much greater opportunity than the servant does. And in fact, the father facilitates the son's growth. So although it's a position of subjection, that subjection is not really concerned with power. It is concerned with establishing constraints to control, but it is not control in the negative sense. It is control intermediately, like establishing guardrails, safety rails, so that the mind can safely develop in an environment. That the attention is constantly influenced, it is honed, it is directed. Now, of course, not every father is the same. That is not to say that this process is not taken advantage of by some unfortunate person, but putting that aside, thinking about good things here, I think it is the case that in this relationship between the father and the son, what is controlled, what is manipulated to a degree, what is nurtured, is that exact freedom of will. And in the case of the servant, I think those restrictions are a little bit more severe, because it doesn't involve the degree of love as it does with the former example. So what remains is now connecting this all together. The delicacy of bringing up, and then the transition between servant and son. So conceptually, at least in my mind, I'm not sure if I've articulated it as such, but I believe that process of raising the child, of bringing the child up, makes sense to me. In terms of this subject-to-subject relationship, and then the idea of control and authority, that positional difference between the two subjects. So there's a way in which we can think about this just sort of geometrically. We can think about the servant as beneath in the vertical, or we can think of the this subject status, sub being below, as something that is a constant value. But what is different is the again the transverse orientation. That is, of the master's north, he reserves a space for love and for nurturing a child, and for the master's south, he reserves the place for the servant, the one that he may love to a degree, but he loves not the same as his son. He loves who knows how he may relate to the servant, but the servant is there to satisfy particular deeds of the household, of management and of administration. And so there's an inherent limitation there. So let's see where this goes, and perhaps we'll change the geometry accordingly. In the case of just this horizontal plane difference, a perspective or a tented difference, if we say that the servant is at the south and the sun is at the north, how does the servant go around this this mapping, this direction, and find himself into the north? Well, as he moves around into those intermediate stages, what begins to change is the servant's position. And because the servant's position is changing, his responsibilities and his role is also changing. But the interesting thing about this is the way in which that role changes and why it changes. We can say some of intent. We could say some of desire. We could say some of natural human development in terms of our care and relationship to others that have spent a lot of time with us. I think there's something to be said of love. And considering love with respect to the servant, the desire is not a further subjection with regard to the limitation of that mobility of mind, perhaps, or mobility of action. It is rather the removal of certain constraints, such that, much like an animal, I think about a research situation in which an animal is kept inside for their entire lives, and then suddenly allowed to go outside and explore and to feel the earth and feel the sun as it hits them. A lot of these videos online of chimpanzees that go through these experiences. It's kind of interesting to watch. But I think about this sort of thing with regard to the servant as he undergoes this process of growth and of turning into the sun, which, like I've mentioned, puts him in that environment that affords him growth. Perhaps it affords him education. It affords him a different type of love, a deeper love, a rooted love. As the master turns into the father, the information that is raised, what is being brought up now, delicately, is the situation of the servant's mind. That the servant can now transcend their station. And eventually, after they are raised, after they are cultured, let's say, they could then move out and become their own master of their life. An angry man stirs up strife, and a furious man abounds in transgressions. So today happens to be a new day, new thoughts. So like usual, I'll start this with a prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you that I can be here today. I thank you that I have life. I thank you that despite adverse feeling, the ability to, and not just the ability, but the presence of goodness is something that doesn't abate. It is always something available, no matter how dark a situation might seem, or how irritable I might be at the simplest of annoyances. I thank you for the time to reflect. I thank you for the virtues that you have given us, or have allowed us to see and participate in. I pray that humility may find me in times where I feel myself to be greater than it is. I'm thankful for the events and the prayers of yesterday. And I'm thankful that I can remember and continue today. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Okay, so to get back to this verse, an angry man stirs up strife, and we're going to begin with the first half of this verse. Sometimes I think to myself, is it worthwhile to explore the simplest of terms, to go into detail for something that most people, under most situations, would readily find something straightforward, perhaps. Maybe easy to understand, but not quite easy to understand, but straightforward. And to take it and to expand it, to make it something that is more meaningful. And as I say that, I wonder why I ever thought why I would wonder it in the first place. Because of course it would seem that this is an important thing to do. If we are after meaning in life, if we are after meaning in the Proverbs, or from the Bible more generally, of course we have to do time. We have to think about it. Things just don't come all of a sudden. And if they do, it's because what has likely occurred is a series of steps that have placed the mind in such a way that it can see and appreciate things. And so I say all of this with the consideration of the angry man in mind. That this idea of anger something so familiar to our experience. I want to talk a little bit about it. Now, for some time I've spoken of anger as an emotion, or something that is an adjacent emotion, that it is a feeling perhaps, but it is not a raw product of the heart. A raw product of the heart in my mind is something like irritability, general irritability. Now I understand that there are multiple frames by which one can see this, but in terms of the way that I've been conceptualizing it, anger is something that is of a more fundamental sense, a production of the heart that is irritability. This irritability is joined by some reason. Anger finds us when we are directing our attention at something. Now, a state of irritability can cause us to find or to increase the likelihood that we might become angry in a given situation. There are plenty of irritable people that are driving to work in the morning, and then it doesn't take much to set them off. But the thing is, it takes something to set them off. Somebody cuts them off in traffic, they spill their coffee, they get stuck in traffic and they're late for work. There are reasons for this directed irritability, and that is something that I have been calling anger. If we take the Google definition of the word anger, it is a strong feeling of annoyance, displeasure, or hostility. As a verb, to fill someone with anger, provoke anger in. So, given this definition, there is a bit of a a separation from my conceptualization, because there does seem to be a bit of a base sense to this, a strong feeling of annoyance. Annoyance is near fundamental. Somebody could be annoyed, perhaps, without explicit reason. Or the reason might be so central to subjective experience that it's hard to say whether or not that there is some external reason for it. It could just be, like for example, when I wake up in the morning, sometimes I can be quite irritable. And that's generally because of the the state of my mind. It is in a cloud of a half awake, half asleep type of scenario. And the process of coming to can be quite uncomfortable. And that can cause some irritability. But generally speaking, I think the thought of having some concrete, rational thought and wedding it to some more fundamental disposition, I think is useful. So an angry man stirs up strife. So what does this word strife mean? If we are to type this into Google, what we find is a definition: angry or bitter disagreement over fundamental issues, conflict. Of similar terms, we have conflict, friction, discord, disagreement, dissension, variance. Of conflict, we have a serious disagreement or argument, typically a protracted one. Something that is incompatible or at variance, a clash. So it makes sense why an angry person would stir up strife. Their fundamental ontology at that moment is one of strife within them internally, and their internal disposition is manifest in front of them, almost like this conflict becomes him, that he is a conflict now, and wherever he happens to be, he inserts who he is in that moment, the conflict, into various situations. An angry man stirs up strife, and a furious man abounds in transgression. So an interesting play, an interesting pattern that's pretty common in the Proverbs, that there is a ratcheting up of intensity, but there is a graduated, a layered, or a fractal sense of this progression, that we move from anger to fury, which we can understand as a more intense version of anger. And we'll spend some time talking about it. And then, instead of strife that is a result of the angry man, what we have is transgression. Transgression is elevated in terms of its negativity. So what can we make of this? If we have to do the same as we did for anger, and we define the word furious, we have the definition on Google. It says extremely angry, full of anger or energy, violent or intense. So it's an amplification, an amplifier. So we have to imagine a scale then, a scale of potential perhaps that begins with negative emotion, however we may define it. I began by saying irritability, which is one of the closest things that I can come to identify as that base level of negative emotion. Perhaps there's a better word for it, I don't know. But we'll start there, this negative emotion. This negative emotion may just sort of pre-exist because of the state of the mind. Like I said, waking up in the morning. It might just be an inherently uncomfortable feeling. This doesn't mean that something uncomfortable progresses to anger. There are plenty of things that are uncomfortable that actually can be quite joyous and productive. But at this level, and as we move into that path of furthering negative emotion, we may find a state of disagreeableness, but it's not anger, or a state of being contrary or a contrarian. Still not anger. Then we find reason, and perhaps the uncomfortability of a particular situation, along with our reason, will produce this thing that we call anger. Perhaps it is the reason that stirs the irritability of the heart. I think there are many places that we can begin and arrive then at anger. But now we've progressed to this point of anger. But the question now that I have in my mind is, well, what does it exactly mean to move from this place of anger, for which we now have a reason to stir the heart, to stir up this strife within ourselves and perhaps among others? If we add a layer on top of this, an insult on top of the insult, why is it the case then that in its extreme we have not just conflict, but the passage of a boundary, of a fundamental boundary? And let's presume that in the former situation, in the situation of an angry person, we don't have a transgression. But it's possible that an angry person would transgress. But given the parameters of the verse, we have to imagine that in this particular situation, the only thing that is stirred in the angry is strife. But when provoked, even the person of anger understands at their level that they ought not to breach a certain boundary. And then my mind goes to the most extreme, but there are so many subtle examples. We could sit here forever and find them. But I think about murder, a transgression that is quite severe. An angry person doesn't give himself to murder easily. That type of transgression is something committed in the face of something so extreme, so blinding, that the disposition even of the angry person has changed. And so there's something fundamental here about the intensity of emotion and of conviction of reason that serves as a blinder. On the flip side of this, we can say that intensity of feeling and intensity of reason is actually a very good thing. those of us who find ourselves in a rather lazy disposition will find all sorts of failures in life, all sorts of unfortunate dilemmas, and the fatigue of mind compounds on itself after it has been weighed down by poor decision making. And so there's something quite valid, I think, to an intensity of drive and industriousness. So what serves as the differentiating factor between an intensity of mind that is positive and an intensity of mind that is negative, that tends towards this fury and anger? Well, it must, I think, be attention. It must be orientation. Intensity, no doubt, even in the positive sense, narrows our attention, but it focuses it on something generally productive, since we were talking about something that is good. But still the effects are the same on attention, that it is narrowed. But of course it would seem that although the narrowedness may be necessary for the channeling of the intensity of feeling and of motivation, what the barrel, if we're just imagining like a gun, what the sights of that rifle are aimed at, can be almost anything. And so as we ramp up the intensity past the point of anger, into negativity, past the point of anger and into fury, that hole that we are looking through is so narrow that we only see one object. We have jumped to so many conclusions that everything that surrounds it, all the contextual relevance, melts away. And that all that matters is, in the case of murder, is the ending of a person's life to maintain something, whatever it is that intensity of thought brings a person to. Now, this is one way of seeing it, of conceptualizing it. Practically speaking, it's a bit too abstract. I think all of us can sit down and identify negative emotion. All of us can sit down and identify anger. And with some effort, I think most of us can sit down and consider the blinding effects of our heart, and perhaps of our reason together. And if we had to consider blindness in general, what it does to us, how it diminishes us, I think what I find in my experience is that when my attention has been reduced, my care for relevant details has been diminished, I become highly selfish. I become highly motivated by the smallest slights and the slightest of insecurities, and they become maximized as a reason for which I can offload my feeling. It is the elevation of these inferior qualities to a place of the highest attention that causes us to go astray and to transgress. Whereas In insecurity, for example, instead of being something that explodes into a defensive outburst, is something rather that is kept in a place of submission, that in insecurity is seen as a source of vulnerability because of some truth that is attempting to modify, alter, or shed light on some unfortunate quality about ourselves that we don't like. A man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So it's a good time for this verse to come up. I was thinking today that, and there are times that this has come up in my mind, that of the things that I say, they may come off the wrong way. And I don't see necessarily how they come off. And there's an unfortunate deficiency in sight for which I possess. I possess this deficiency of sight, if that is something that can be possessed. And at times it causes me to think that perhaps I've behaved pridefully, and it has caused somebody that I'm speaking with to become non-responsive, retracted, disengaged. So I think there's a lot of fruit to be had here. So let's begin by discussing this word pride. Pride, from what I understand, is a feeling of satisfaction in one's own achievements. Now, satisfaction in one's own achievements by itself, I don't think is a negative thing. We can have positive feeling, positive emotion by accomplishments. But I think it is the degree to which these accomplishments and the accompanied satisfaction are produced. And there's another term here, conceit, which I believe is excessive pride. Now, conceit is a term that's easier to see exactly why it would lead to bring a man low. But let's speak for a moment about pride, just the satisfaction in general, how it can disrupt our attention. If we begin by thinking about an achievement of the self, what must this mean? Well, in order to achieve something, there must be some goal. The agent must have in mind a goal to move forward and to accomplish. So we have this goal-oriented situation. I think even here at the outset, there is prudence to be exercised. Even before something is achieved, the direction or the place of the goal, I think somewhat determines the probability of what that satisfaction looks like, where it is placed. And by this I mean there is a relationship of self. There is a perspective that the agent has to himself, but also to what he believes. Maybe I could just stop there and say to what he believes, but I think there's more to be said. As I mentioned, I think there is a perspective of self that's important here. And that there is always a risk of any agent that is conscious, that is aware, that has the ability to direct himself towards a goal. Perhaps however small this agency is. There is a risk of not fulfilling some broader purpose. And because of that, sacrificing himself in the process. But this again seems to be a self-oriented direction or focus. Now, I would not claim to say that the self-oriented focus is something that is inherently incorrect. The agent is aware of himself. He must be, at least to some degree, concerned about himself. In the experience of life, his own experience is a good thing. And that satisfaction is not something that ought to be turned into something that is dark and devious. But all the same, there seems to be some epistemological foundation underneath this sense of, or the risk of selfishness and of pride and of self-satisfaction to a degree that becomes harmful. To the degree that it does, I think, affects our ability to reason, our ability to see more generally. And so I think that there must be something fundamentally selfless about an agent's goals, but also include something related to the self. So it's not entirely insular, it's not entirely selfless. The agent doesn't sacrifice himself every time he moves towards some end or accomplishes something. There's a degree of self-sacrifice. And there's a degree of perspective of selfhood and of self-goal making, and by extension, goal achieving. And so it is within the balance that causes this satisfaction of achievement to be achieved in a way that is not inherently negative. But since we are asked to consider, how is it the case that pride shall bring a man low? And of course we must consider the negative, the way in which an agent's goal-making ability is geared towards himself without any expense to the outside environment, without any relationship to the environment. Now, it's impossible to a degree, but because of the arrogance of this self, of this agent, the effects are what? How can we bring this down to a principle that causes us to see how an extreme selfishness leads to lowliness. We may have to discuss exactly what lowliness even means before we progress. But it's not lowliness per se, because that word has almost an opposite meaning from, I think, the context that is described here. What we are concerned about is the word low. A man's pride shall bring him low. And so we have this sense of a vertical again. Perhaps we may conceptualize it a little bit differently this time, but when we say low, what is moving beneath? I think it could be said that there's an aspect of mind that is moving beneath. There's an aspect of value, an aspect of attention. There's an inherent sense of reduction when we think of low. A man's pride. In my experience, I think I've been subject to this pride. Sometimes perhaps more than others. And I wonder, given this experience, how it comes to find us. I think sometimes it could come to find us in the most subtle of ways. And before we know it, we are given to this disposition. And as the years pass, and as we grow, we don't necessarily see the changes that are taking place, but we may find them in our relationships or in their dysfunction. I find it interesting how it's not immediately clear how a person can find or can be prideful and selfish without being self-aware of it. Another quality of this blinding situation, perhaps. And I suppose I should mention maybe a little bit more about what I meant about finding myself in this selfish posture or prideful posture in youth. And even today, there are moments I think that I find myself reverting to an insular, highly selfish, but highly selfish in the way that of mind there are these firm cognitive walls that the established self wishes to find comfort in. And by this comfort and by that by the fuel, perhaps, that the introverted mind gets from its solitude or its own experience. It's not to say that introverts are inherently prideful, but perhaps in a prideful situation, that disposition can contribute to it. I think of, regardless of my age, I think the situations are fairly similar. There is an aspect of my mind, a place of my attention, that has found itself wanting of a goal sufficient that it can be left at peace, left alone, And it may not necessarily be the desire for that sense of aloneness, or that sort of introvert's paradise. That's the issue. It is the belief that one's achievement would actually afford such a place, that would afford one complete independence of all responsibility. And I think the wish to separate oneself from all of these close ties necessarily reduces their social capacity, their social inclinations, and I think even their moral, what would I say, affections, moral inclinations. Surely this is a low state for a person to occupy. A man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So beginning here by discussing this word honor, thinking about its etymological roots, going back to Latin, there is this word honoris, meaning esteem, dignity, reputation, respect, distinction. In the Old French, we have a word meaning glory, renown, dignity, and respect. In Middle English, we have high respect, integrity, virtue, reputation, social privilege. But just taking one word out of this, a word that's fairly common among all of these expansions or progressions, evolutions, the word respect. The etymology of this word, from the Latin, we have respicere, meaning to look back at, or to regard, or to consider. And so there's this image in my mind of a person that is turning their head, almost like a person on a city street that sees something interesting that they ought to pay attention to or to look at. And they're looking in that direction for a particular reason, of course. It is because of integrity. It is because of virtue. It is because of certain decisions and certain behaviors on the part of the person that is gaining this attention. And the attention that is being given, the attention that is being paid, is not purely curiosity. There's a certain inclination of the heart that understands, that is able to see something that is good, and that it is something that it desires. Also, I think what's important here is that the distinction of honor is not an entirely selfish thing. Although the self is involved in receiving the honor, the primary bestowing of this term is on the part of another. The one that respects is the one that is looking back, the one that is considering or regarding. Honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So here we find ourselves, I think, in a bit of irony, that when we consider this word humble, from the Latin we have humilis, meaning low, lowly, small, insignificant. Rooted in Latin, humus, or humus, meaning earth, ground, soil. From Old French, from the 11th and 12th centuries, we have modest, submissive, low in rank. From Middle English, we have modest, respectful, submissive. And so I say that there is an irony here because of what we've been discussing, that the pride of a man shall bring him low. And yet humility also, there's a sense of lowliness to it. Lowliness in the sense of modesty. And yet, although these two terms occupy that same language, seemingly occupy the same verticality, they mean completely different things. And so how can this be? Well, in the case of the humble, what we are speaking of is that prideful, the low, the insignificance of the potential prideful spirit of man, that quality of himself that would wish to expand his ego and to blind his eyes, that part is small. That part is made low. And because of the insignificance of self, the groundedness of being, and the sense of humility, it causes this expansion in virtue. Honor comes because with the lack of this experience, with the lack of this honor, comes an unbridled self-interest that reduces the man's conscious experience. So there's a low in the sense of the reduction in conscious experience, but there's also a low in terms of the reduction of poorly placed self-interest. And by these two qualities of lowness, we find mechanically different outcomes. And so the context matters. It is like a scale for which pressure is being adjusted within the self. In the case of honor, or humility rather, what we see is this pressure release, such that the self is not inflated. That's not to say that the self is insignificant, or rather destroyed, but made small, like government made small, to the benefit of the people. And in the former, we have the building of pressure within, again, so that it blinds, that it restricts, it creates an ischemic environment. But there's another word here that affords us an interesting avenue, and this is humble in spirit. A word that's not maybe directly equivalent to the ego. So what can we make of this? How do we connect all of this together with this word spirit? So today happens to be a new day. A new day, new thoughts. And so I'll begin this segment with a prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you that I can be here today. I thank you. Of late, I've been coming back to this appreciation for reflection and for the insights that presence of mind has when stopping and just thinking a little bit longer. It doesn't have to be anything too long or too particularly long, but just a minute to sit and think about something that I would not have otherwise has really been a blessing in order to orient my attention and to stay grounded, to stay spiritual, to recognize and to extend a better side of myself that I have neglected. There are times I know that I need to work on my presence, on my deliberation, the way that I approach, the way that I carry myself. But all of this, I'm thankful for the awareness. I'm thankful for the approaching weekend and the plans that I have for it. That it will be a time that I am able to spend with another person, to seriously reflect on things and on the way that life is going. And I hope that when I am there, that myself, my friend, and you will be drawn in closer harmony. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. Okay, so I left off with considering consolidating the Spirit into the rest of the discussion. So just to repeat this verse: a man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So this last half, honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. I remember last time I was talking about this similarity. The similarity is that quality of being low. And in the context of the verse, that verticality did not mean the same thing. That low in one situation meant a thing of virtue, and low in the other meant an absence of virtue. And what comes to mind here is the Spirit being this fundamental glue, principle, or supporter. Or maybe rather I should say that the virtue of honor is this glue or the principle, that pillar for which the humble in spirit rest upon, as the verse says. I suppose there's a way, I'm sure, that we can talk about spirit as a pillar, as a foundation, but sticking with the verse, thinking about honor. And all of these words: distinction, esteem, respect. There's a quality of uniqueness, of others paying attention to one because of their deeds, their behavior, whatever the situation might be. There's this idea of a reciprocal relationship, that it is required of another person to pay attention to goodness on behalf of the subject. And so by honor and by this relationship, by the structure of this relationship, I think we have an idea of the importance of relationality, of appropriate relationality. Again, somebody is given this attention. It is presumed in this situation that the attention that is given that would warrant honor is because of some virtuous deed. That this person is elevated in the eyes of another because of true goodness. There are plenty of ways, I think, that we can identify false honor or falsely attributed honor. But this is not what we were considering. We're considering somebody that has made some worthy sacrifice. So now if we are speaking about somebody that is lowly, that is earthly, grounded, in what way does honor uphold them? And here I find myself wanting to know more, to explore more about this lowliness and the sense of humility. There is an idea in the root of humility and of lowliness that there is a submissive posture to something. And in this situation, we're talking about submitting to that ultimate authority, to God, submitting to the way of things that are good. Now, as I consider it, the sort of mystical interpretation doesn't last long in my mind. It's a good placeholder, perhaps, but we need to go a little bit farther. What comes to mind now is thinking about the contrast between pride and honor. I know I've mentioned this before, but just because today is a new day, to go over it again I think will be useful. In the case of pride, we have this excessive selfish satisfaction in one's own achievements. In the case of honor, we have this, possibly it's a satisfaction, but it's an observable way of relating, that what is at the center is goodness, and because of that goodness, it's not just goodness, I should say. There are plenty of things that are good that exist at any given time, and yet it doesn't draw respect, it doesn't draw distinction or esteem. There's something about the way in which the humble orients attention towards itself, much like a magnet orients metal poles that are attracted to it. And again, pride is not centered here. And as I think about this relationship, it's easier for me to conceptualize a few different points of attention, or people that are orienting around this person that is humble and that is honorable. And again, I think about that goodness. I think about the desire to detach that mystical expression of the term, detaching it meaning that of goodness we could find a particular experience. Now let's try to do the following. I will find an experience in my mind of something that is honorable, or a person that I saw, that I respect, that had oriented my attention because of something that they had done that was honorable. Now there's a particular example in my mind at work where somebody that is particularly good at communicating and working for the job, for the sake of the duty, their responsibility, upholding what they have to uphold. What drew me to that, I think, was that disposition, that they were so self-sacrificing, and they were so attentive on the mutual task at hand, that this person and his display of selfless attention drew me in. And there's an image that comes to mind about selfless attention and about the idea of humility and of earthliness when we think about the rooted sense of the term, that the earth or ground or grounded as we use, that these terms are somehow related to this sense of selflessness. And in here there's a balance, because it's not complete selflessness, of course. It is the expansion, the continual shedding of skin, the renewal of new tissue, and the recycling of old dead tissue that I think must take place during this process of selfless attention. I think at all times there's a tendency by our nature to be so concerned about our immediate desires that we lose sight of things that are loftier in the sense of more meaningful. Because as we see here, I could say loftier, and yet it might not necessarily imply something that is better. But loftier meaning something that is more meaningful, higher on the scale of goodness, purposeful. We all have this ability, we all have these sentiments to find ourselves within this headspace. It creates a productive man, it creates a kind man, it creates a disciplined man, if he is able to sacrifice those short-term feelings for something long-term and enriching. But the unique part about this bestowing of honor is that it appears to be somewhat of a positive feedback loop. The attention is drawn towards that goodness of behavior. And as long as the person is engaged in this constant sacrifice of the immediate, that layer of drudgery, the plaque that builds upon the self and upon the ontology, the being of self, this continual cleansing, is the thing that maintains this goodness. It allows for the self to be a strong entity, while also affording attention that is not consumed or submitted to that self. That might seem kind of convoluted, but in other words, I find the self to be such a totalizing thing at times. It can be such a tyrant to live with it. But we have no other choice, really. We are agents that believe we have a self, that believe that we have a degree of self-worth. And there's such ease of pushing everything else away from it. It is difficult, at least for my part, and I'm sure there are various reasons why I find it difficult, to invite people into the circle. Not that every act of selflessness has to invite people to some intimate recess of the mind, but to allow people to see that part that is attentive yet vulnerable, because it has to be. It has to be open to receive. Honor shall uphold humble in spirit. Uphold the humble in spirit. So back to this idea of speaking about the spirit. What exactly is this structure? Honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So let's take this person at work that I was observing, this humble person. So let's say I pay respect. I honor this person. I don't necessarily think it immediately has to be brought to their awareness. I think there are subtleties of our mind that is able to pick up on relationality, orientation among different peoples, coworkers. If there's a false or rough orientation, then I think that the honor would have difficulty finding its way back to, or finding its way to, just in general, to a source that demonstrates humility and continual blooming. But in any case, as I contemplate on this unfolding flower, perpetually unfolding flower, it would seem that there is probably something to this extended consciousness, however we might choose to describe it, that gravitates, that there is this spirit that gravitates to that unfolding flower of goodness. That respect is something like a magnet again, that it is drawn to this source. Now we can also interpret this as the person that is humble is humble in spirit. Now, that might not sound like there's a difference in interpretation there, but if we think about the individual now, I have to ask the question, in what way can somebody be humble other than in the spiritual way? I'm not sure I know the answer to that. But it does raise an interesting question about the nature of the spirit. And we could find ourselves dancing around it, above it and below it, and miss some important principle about what the spirit means. For my part, I understand it to be something that is immaterial, something that is identifiable but immaterial, something that requires purpose, something that is expressed through attention and awareness, something that is expressed through cognition, goal orientation. It's not just man, of course, that experiences this. There are many of goal-driven agents that exist at all varying levels of experience. I think sometimes, speaking of perspective, it is easy for the mind to get lost in the minutiae or the apparent, in the extreme, the apparent meaninglessness of it all, or of the insignificance of self. But every once in a while, there is this thread that runs through even the most totalizing image of nihilistic absence, of something that is meaningful, of something that re-centralizes, something that says, no, there is something here. There is a broader purpose. While it may not be immediately clear, or while that awareness may not seem like it looks kindly upon us or those whom we love, there is something to this reality. And it's for us to be that light of mind, the extension on the periphery, but also the conduit to connect directly to that source, to communicate with it more fully, and to appreciate what it has to say, and to follow its commands. I think the Spirit is in one way this conduit. It is, in some sense, a light of mind, a light of purposeful production and industry. It is one way in which we represent the thread that spreads this purposeful experience into our little corner on this ball floating through what seems to be absence. But there are threads everywhere. And of course we are in our infancy. Whoso is partner with the thief hates his own soul. He hears cursing and betrays it not. So today happens to be a new day. It is in the evening. It is the Thursday evening. And so I'd like to begin this with a prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you that I can be here today. I thank you for this day. My mind has been, of late, during these prayers, going to my working day, and there's no surprise why that is. I spend most of my day at work. Normal days are anywhere from 9 to 10 hours. And so there's a lot there, a lot of experience, a lot of interaction that I can reflect on. There's a lot of material, in other words. But there's often something missing in the working day that I am afforded when I'm alone, I'm at home, or when I'm generally off the clock. And I find myself thinking that there's probably the distance between my working participation, being, behavior, whatever, and my off hours ought to be fairly similar. I don't want to be a dramatically different person when I'm not at work versus when I am at work. I like to be fairly consistent as a human being. But I say this to say that there are, I think, two sides of me that exist in a state of, let's say, in a non-working posture, where I feel myself a little bit more relaxed, open. And there are two paths that this openness can take, one positive and one negative. And I'm thankful for the positives. And I wish to have insights to avert the negatives and all of the subtleties therein. And I wish also speaking of the self, that I can find and that I can practice a way to sacrifice those bits of self that blind me, that prevent me from seeing and appreciating your grace. I know that I can be quick to emotion and selfish expression. And while this rarely manifests, or at least as I observe my behavior, I believe that it rarely manifests in the expressive mode, my internal thoughts betray the reality of the situation. And while I'm thankful that the whole of my being is not polluted by this madness or selfishness, I recognize that there will always be things about myself that I need to change. And there is currently things about myself that I need to change. And the thoughts that are going through my head right now, I offer to you. I save them from any ear other than for our communication. And Lord, at this time, I wish to express a love that I have for you. It is a love that I wish, that I desire more and more as I grow older. And I'm thankful for the experiences that allow me to feel it, to see it, to observe it, to appreciate it. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. So again, we are on chapter 29, verse 24. Whoso is partner with the thief hates his own soul. He hears cursing and bewrayeth it not. So let's begin with the first half. I think this is an interesting first half to a verse. Whoso is partner with a thief hates his own soul. So like usual in the Proverbs, there are a few different paths that I think that we can take here. One path is thinking about the relationship that we have to another person. This person happens to be a thief. The other, I think, is allowing the thief as more of an ontological expression, maybe, if that makes any sense, or a trope of mind, an expression of mind, a common pattern of mind that is the thief. As I've spoken of before, the fool is a category of man's experience that rests within all of us. It is something that we can identify. The thief perhaps also occupies this part of ourselves that at times is either expressed or depressed, pushed aside, sacrificed in our better moment, when we understand the parts of self that need to be sacrificed, that need to be cloved off as we continue to unfold as a flower does. So there is a little lull between this recording and the last. It happens to be a new day today. Now, I don't think I got very far into that last verse. It was a quick recording the other day. But I'd like to begin with a prayer. So, dear Lord, I thank you that I can be here, and I thank you for this day. my thoughts immediately go to what I could have done better today. But also I'm thankful for those things that were quite productive. And I pray that the management of productivity and of whatever space the mind needs to decompress, that space is productive, and that space is at the same time affording of an improved disposition, a rested sense of being. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. So, whoso is partner with the thief hates his own soul. So, from what I was listening to of that last recording, the last little bit of it, was discussing the common trope of the thief in mind, as we've been discussing the common trope of the fool in mind. And I'd say maybe we have this little interesting side thought running in the background, because I think in order to understand what a thief is, I think, and if we are to be these agents that are quite close to this experience of thievery, whatever that pattern looks like, then we are more likely to have integrated that into our own experience, into our own ontology. And so trying to think around that relationship and how we understand that, because there's no insignificant action here or response to this behavior. It is the hating of one's own soul. And so we're going to have to build a narrative around this whole soul business. Again, another exercise of what the soul is, how to conceptualize it. Whoso is partner with a thief. So let's think about this partnership for a moment. It can be asked, the question, what is the principal occupation of a thief? And the answer, lazily, would be that it is that of the thieves. Thievery is their principal occupation. But certainly there's an image that must come to mind when we think of these thieves. Perhaps we've had a personal experience. Perhaps we've seen something online, a video of a department store or somebody's in-home video setup security system. We can see these thieves as they move, as they exist between us and in unimaginable ways in a society, or difficult to imagine at least. And I say that just as an aside because the physical act of thievery is that low level, superficial material for what one person can handle. It's not, certainly not to be seen or not to be interpreted by me that this, that this is a superficial crime. It is not, of course. But compared to a certain level of thinking, I think about the way in which a collective agent, a group of minds, occupies this disposition, the thief, and the sway that it has, not just on the victims, or maybe I should say that the number of victims, the sheer amount of victims in this situation is not just one. It's not just one home camera. It can be a city or a nation. It can be a family. And so, with this sort of broad landscape, we understand that it's not just the hooded figure that confronts us at night. It's something more. But there's a relationship, I think, that, although it may be implicit to many minds, it is probably important to bring it to attention so that it could be more potent when needed. So the foundations of this relationship between the thief and then what is the other person, the other subject, perhaps a victim, perhaps before they were the inheritors of something less by some breach of relationality or contract. There are varying ways in which a person can be harmed by the thief. It could be quite impersonal and minimal in its damage, but also quite personal and immense in damage. But still, talking about scales doesn't help us here much. I think what is fundamentally taking place is that something is taken, unrightfully taken, from one party to the other. And so there's an entire world that opens up to us about examining things that may be taken and things that may not be taken. And taken is something that is different than just something to be had. There has to be something that it is taken from. I think this also can be extended out into many interesting avenues. Like some would say that as we build a modern industrial society, as this thing progresses, and as our clumsiness also progresses, which may feed into waste and pollutants that disease the population, that what we are taking from the environment is actually hurting it, and there should be things that are altered. A degree of that I agree with. Of course, the contemporary experiences made it into something else, but I think that speaking of the relationship of taking, just as we can speak of the relationship or level, rather, of the thief and what it means. So to speak of this taking in an unrightful way, there's, I think, certain presuppositions that must be realized. There's an assumption that there is a rightness or a wrongness to removal of something in possession of another. So possession is assumed. A certain sphere of agency through which something can be removed. So possession, and that extends to agency of individual. That there's a right of this self to certain material possessions, or again, there's many ways that we can go and morph into that experience, but sometimes material things are easier to conceptualize. I think there's an extension of this that we eventually talk about property, an extended sense of self, over persons or material things. Or perhaps ideas. Sometimes it's hard to understand, as I mentioned, and things other than material, at least to begin with. But if we could spend a little bit more time, maybe, that's something that might be useful, is just sitting with that idea of belonging, of something belonging to something else. That if there is unawareness to the fact that there is a change in the known property, in the known extension of this person, or even at a more fundamental level, we can apply, as I've said, taken to many different situations. And I think there is a situation in which we may not lose anything materially, but something can be taken from us spiritually. And I think that this type of thievery can be a bit more insidious, certainly more meaningful, perhaps in most situations. And not to take away from the importance of property, but, and I'll say just as a side piece, I think that one of the reasons for government is the defense of property. Property is one of the foundational pieces of governance. But if we consider the recesses of our minds, things that we think safe for the most part from who we are, whatever that might be, we think that we are safe in this environment within the self. That something else from the outside can't influence us or change us in some way that is something to become something that we would dislike, or at the very least increase the aspects of ourselves that we don't like or that are unproductive. I think of mind the depth of relation. I think about the subtleties of knowing. I think about the large language that we use, not just verbally spoken, but also in terms of body position and faces. We are quite expressive and communicative. There are many facets of mind, the ones that hold us back, the ones that drive us to experience more and to live for more. The part to grieve, the part to appreciate. There are many parts to us, and there are many things that can be taken from us. And I think also many things that can be given to us from nefarious sources that would cause some sort of difficulty for us. But of the sort that is taken, we think of a fundamental sort. We think of a sort that is approaching the function of the soul, for example. So here, I think, has to be our playground for understanding what the implications of being partner with a thief is. So I think one of the potential roads that we can go down here is the value of agency, number one. Number two, the relationship of agency to the soul and what that means for ourselves. And I'm sure that there are many, but beginning with these two. Of agency, as I sit here, as I reflect on my agency, as I discuss it, I find myself making judgments. I find myself thinking about things that I would like to change and things that I believe that I have done well. This sort of evaluation of the inner mind. The heart has a significant role here. I'm a feeling person, I believe. And we're all feeling people, of course, but emotions run high in my mind. And these emotions, they are always looking to be pacified, perhaps, like they are a screaming torrent of something. Almost like there is just a rush and static of noise, and I can't pick out or distinguish between noise that is language and noise that is city life, and noise that is whatever. In my mind, there tends to be this period of absence for which I cannot direct my attention. But a fundamental part of my being is aware of how important attention is. And it's a continual practice to maintain a consistent level of attention such that the mind is growing. It is turning into something more than it was before. And so there's something here within this process that I think is inherently valuable. When we speak of man, when we speak of agency, that process, or the ability to transform, to become something new, to become something better, this is something inherently valuable, because by doing this, he extends that productive energy out into what we see before us, into what we consider to be the material world. Now, if the thief, and of that relationship as he comes into our experience, as we are related to him, undoubtedly this breach of trust, the violation of personal bounds, becomes something that is accepted by us. It is something now that we are tempted by, whereas before perhaps we were not. And so the thief has a new door to enter us, to pollute us, and to find its way to our soul. So we have this now established sense of value for agency. I think it could be spoken of for hours, but the general sense of the pliability, the morphability of man's experience is one of the valuable things about him. And also, if we can say a sentence or two on his relatedness to the form of God, in the sense that he is an agent and he has that capacity to see heavenly things and bring them into lesser forms of organization, and to make it purposeful and to make it rich, beautiful, and good. That's another thing inherently valuable about man. But I remember the second thing that I wanted to talk about, the relationship of agency to the soul. Now, sometimes when I talk about the soul, when we go through this exercise, I pull up either an etymological description of the word or how the soul has been conceptualized throughout the ages by Christian saints. Artificial intelligence is fairly good at bringing up a lot of different sources and beliefs on the matter. But for right now, I like to go through this exercise again without really looking at anything. Some of the old thoughts and reflections will surely come back. But I want this to be, and for anybody else that might find themselves 2.5 hours into this podcast, listening to some obscure person in the Midwest of the United States talk about the soul, then I'd like to invite you also on this journey, on this experience. And if you need to pause it to think about your own experience, then go for it, because I'll be here and continuing. But as I think about the soul, I think about something very fundamental to man's experience. The first thing, unfortunately, that I feel like that I have to do is to declutter my mind of a word, of a concept that has been littered with what I might call falsehood, some others might call superstition. What I feel is a polluted sense, a polluted term, due to changes that have occurred throughout the years. When these changes have occurred, sometimes it's hard to say. Perhaps they're always sort of in flux. We always have this sort of idea and concept about what it is. But of course, since we are not the type of beings that can immediately interface so heavily with everything that's behind the curtain, so to speak. I don't think the analogy is really all that apt, but in the sense that we can, from birth, know that we are connected to something that is bigger than us, that we can constantly feel this divine spirit within us. And perhaps this is a result of years of this being stamped out of man, that sentimental religious curiosity and spirit, or perhaps there's just that functional physical limitation with interfacing with reality at a deeper level. Regardless of what the situation might be, as I think about the soul now, and as I recognize that it is something fundamental to our experience, that nothing else can really, well, maybe I shouldn't say nothing else, but when I think about other things, I think about things that might be more foundational to our experience than that. I have a difficult time finding something to identify. And yet, all the same, we haven't come up with any sort of definition yet. There is a vague notion, a vague concept of what the soul is. Of the soul, for my part, I say it is something of mind. It has material aspects to it, obviously. We are material creatures. The mind is something that exists out of many different material processes. Some mechanical, some chemical, biochemical. But of course, thinking about mind in that way will get us somewhere, but it won't allow us to talk about the experience. And so when we think, maybe we can get there. Let's see. If we just think about this from a standpoint that we're looking outside of our experience, just for a moment, we'll enter into it shortly, but as we are observing this thing, we are observing all of these various interactions take place, it's not so much that we are looking for something within these interactions that we can label the soul. It is not something that we can say, like looking at an fMRI, this is the personality of the person. There are certain conclusions that we can draw, and I wonder what the future will hold in terms of understanding mind and exactly what it is. But that aside, I think about mind, and I think about agency as it exists on this cascade of material interactions. And I think about, naturally, other things that might exist on a cascade of material interactions, or perhaps presuppose material interactions in and of itself, a sort of minded creation, a purposeful creation. And this is something where my mind tends to rest. This is a fundamental axiom of mine. Now, we have a narrative, we have a description of it, but I'm always open to the possibility of this being something either more expansive, seeing this type of narrative play out in a way that I didn't expect, a way that I didn't interpret. But nonetheless, my axioms are, or at least that fundamental one, is that we have found ourselves here because of some purposeful process. Now, going down into the self, into the subject, the soul, even without having God in mind, I think has profound implications to the concept of the individual and of his personality, of his ego, his desires. The soul is that part of him that is sober. It is that part of him that affords a certain type of reflectiveness. If he stands within, if we think about mind in terms of different domains that we can stand in, standing would be a reference to disposition. As an offset of disposition, I could say maybe perhaps attention and feeling is in a particular aspect of mind. Like, let's say, I had a prayer today, and I was thinking about when I was at the grocery store. I just finished the gym, I took a shower, I ate before I went to the grocery store, and I was feeling a particular way. Sometimes I can get a little irritable, a little selfish after a hard workout. I'm not really sure why this happens. Perhaps it's the input from the body that distorts the mind a little bit, or maybe it has something to do with fatigue. It's hard to say. It doesn't really matter where it comes from. But at the very least, I've noticed that this is a part of my experience. And also as a part of maturing and trying to remove the more juvenile aspects of my behavior, I caught this one. And I caught myself getting a little excited when I got cut off in traffic, and I noticed that when I was in the grocery store, I was getting a little excited being around other people. Excited in the sense of negative emotion. That I wanted to be alone, I didn't want anybody to be around, this sort of antisocial experience. And I felt at that moment there was a voice perhaps that came as a feeling, but it entered into that rational part of my mind, and I knew exactly what it was. It was something telling me not to do it, to take a second. It actually told me to pray. I didn't end up doing it. I regret that. I regret that decision. I should have stopped, found an aisle, and just sort of bowed my head and taken care of business. But I didn't. Now I bring this up because this entire state of mind, I think, is what I mean. Now there's many different types of these states of mind that we can occupy. I think another one is that everybody can relate to is the type of posture that we put ourselves in at work. We turn ourselves on, whatever that might be, a state of hyper-arousal so that we can focus, pay attention, interact with people, all this sort of thing. When we get home, perhaps we shut some things off and we return to a level or a state of being that is a little bit more personable, a little bit more homey, a relaxed sense of things. So in all of these different arenas and different domains of self-expression, I find a particular one of these domains to be fascinating, and that is the one that approaches the soul. As we find ourselves in a soulful disposition, a soulful state of mind, it affords us the virtues, or at least the sights of the virtues. I think we are hyper aware of ourselves. Honesty becomes something that is second nature. We have to be honest with ourselves to find the soul. And when we're there, I think a lot of productive things can take place. I think this is one of the purposes of prayer, is to get us in that state of mind, in the soulful state of mind. And I think this is fundamental to my definition of what the soul is. It is that place of connection between the divine and the agent and the subject. But the agent is the one that, well, not always, but the agent is usually the one that initiates it. Even if it is initiated by God, the agent still has a part to play, because the agent can choose to attend to it or not attend to it, be aware that this is possibly a soulful expression or a soulful invitation. And in fact, I was thinking about this grocery store situation when I was prompted to pray. There would be many minds out there that would question about the nature of where exactly the inspiration came from. That it may not be divine at all, but I think at some level it doesn't really matter. If something comes to us without a deliberate or rational series of thoughts to get there, and it just pops up out of the heart, even though we are cautioned against listening to the heart in every situation, I think it can be said that this type of expression, this information, is a blessing. And much like that mechanical relationship that we discussed that affords mind, I don't think it's proper for us to discount influence that may come to us, however it may. And so again, I turn back to this definition of the soul and of the importance of it, the importance of the agent as it interacts with the soul. Because it's at this place that we can generate that process, the unfolding process, the transformational process. The human being is the flower that unfolds, and that does better, that grows, that sacrifices, that pays attention rightly. Now, going from here into the topic of the verse is a little painful for me, because we're talking about something, such a sacred place, but we're being asked to consider, whoso is a partner with a thief hates his own soul. Now I have to wonder here, because the thief can occupy an aspect of our minds. Sometimes I wonder if the entire being of man can be considered to be a criminal or a thief, and I sort of doubt it. But going back to that idea that I spoke about, where as we approach that divine communication point, through which we are able to attend to divine signal, and we are also able to transmit signal to the divine. If somehow man finds himself to be in this position, and then allows the thief to come in and to speak for him, I question what exactly are the mechanics of this relationship. In the first instance, because it is dishonest, I don't think it's possible to enter into that space. information that comes from the divine will not enter into the mind or into the heart of the person that is speaking. Thievery is an inherently, it's an act of violation. It's an act of invasion. And like I said, an act of dishonesty. And there is no way that a man can approach God with some alternative motive in mind, attempting to take something that he hasn't justly gained, attempting to find knowledge about something, or to ask of God some progression of his status in society, whatever the case might be. Without the open transparency and honesty, whatever it is, that front face that presents is actually the barrier that prevents any sort of soulful, reasonable, transformative information to enter into the mind and to be considerably or actually consolidated. He hears cursing and bewrays it not. So today is a new day. It happens to be a Monday today. It is a Monday evening after work. And so it is the perfect time when the mind wishes to wind down, to wake it back up again and say, no, the work hasn't been finished. But this type of work is something to be aroused by, to be drawn attention. And so I'd like to begin with this segment with a prayer, like usual. Dear Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you that I can be here. I thank you for earlier reflections about tempering my opinions, about stepping outside of myself in moments that I think I should not be challenged, or that I am above a certain rebuke, let's say. And although I'm not perfect in my internal disposition, I am thankful that that you have shown me that quality of mind for which I can sacrifice myself. I am open. It is clear that the choice is in front of me, and I am forced to look at it. And Lord, for this next hour or so here that I have to reflect on these Proverbs, I pray that they are fruitful. I pray that they are productive. I pray that I can find a space in mind that brings me closer to you. That brings me closer to a place of selflessness, such that I can be a better friend, a better son, a better coworker, a better working professional. And with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. He hears cursing and bewrays it not. So what comes to mind is the structure of this verse. We have the two parts that are separated by a colon, And this may be sort of a naive thing, or an ignorant thing to say, but of grammar and of language, I often wonder. Up till this point, it's impossible to, I think, fail to realize how important etymological considerations are to understanding verses and for expanding thought. I spent less time looking and thinking about the grammar of the verses. Of course, indirectly I do so, but there have not been many times where I've explicitly focused on a comma or a colon or a semicolon. But it is an interesting thing to think about in the context of this verse specifically. Now, a colon is something that is not a period. That is not something that separates two different statements. It is something to signify a relationship between the former and the latter parts of two segments. And depending on what the situation is, it can be used to list different things. I think it can be used to emphasize certain things. And in this context, I have to think about this potential for emphasis. Now, what do I mean by that? Whoso is a partner with a thief hates his own soul. So the primary subject that we are considering, that we spent all that time talking about the soul and the thief and all of that sort of thing, we find him again after this colon, after this break in that continuity of the verse. And it's as if we see him after this experience, after he has partnered with the thief. We have gone to the point where we understand what it means for him to hate his own soul because of this relationship. But now in this position, in this place, he hears cursing. And there's a particular response. He berays it not. So beray, just a quick Google definition, means to reveal, expose, or betray something that was previously hidden or secret. So two quite interesting components of this reaction or behavior. The first I find a bit puzzling. He hears cursing. Now, since he hears it, it's possible that he's saying it, but if he was saying it, it would be most likely the case that the verse would be saying that he is saying it rather than hearing it. So if he is not saying it, then it's likely that he is hearing it from another source. It's likely that he's hearing it from the thief. But he may also be hearing it from some part of him that is deep and that has not completely given in to that miserable relationship or partnership with the thief. Now, if we think about this word cursing, there is within the context of the word, or the meaning of the word, I should say, the implication is that there is a divine presence, there's divine speech. That there's a damning quality to this. Now, if this indeed came from God, what can we say of this curse? What can we say of the reason behind this? So if we are going to go back to our discussion about the soul and the relatedness there, that connection point between God and ourselves, a state of mind that allows us to be connected, and the varying degrees of this connection that is afforded by the soul. And going back to where exactly a curse would fit in this scenario, I find myself thinking about all of the different cultural expressions that we have for this word. A curse is something in our common language is something that is long-lasting, like a familial curse, a generational curse. I think we can think of something like sexual abuse, childhood trauma, as something that might be a generational curse. It is something that exists in the world because of some event. The event we can ascribe to different spiritual phenomena, perhaps. We can say that there is an aspect of evil that has found its way into a child's life that is outside of the child's control, and yet it perverts the mind such that the child is unable to recover and falls into the same type of wickedness. Think about drug addiction in this situation. And the curse is not something necessarily that came from God. Because surely God is always there, watching, speaking perhaps. But as I've mentioned before, there may be all sorts of different expressions by God that goes missed or goes beneath awareness on the part of man. And given the excesses of the consequences of trauma, whether it be sexual abuse or drug addiction, drug-addicted parents, for example, the place that the mind finds for itself to hide, I think, is often quiet. It is meant to be so because of the deafening sound that has occurred in the environment. But the unfortunate fact of this situation is that once the mind is closed off to most forms of information, it cannot hear, it cannot see divine influence. So while it may be under this curse, which has a spiritual element to it, it may not be something that we can consider to be a curse by God. I think we have to imagine that God in this situation would be wanting of his agents to come to him, to reveal themselves as active participants in this experience for the expansion of good. And surely there are many attempts to steer somebody away from that partnership with the thief, so that the soul is not corrupted, so that the person can hear what God has to say. I think about Adam and Eve being kicked out of the garden after the thief had made its way into the bosom of both Adam and Eve. And the curse in that situation, I have to wonder exactly. Of course, we know that God instructed Adam and Eve to leave. But out of the possible outcomes of that situation, I wonder what it all meant. And that, if not in some other light, something could be done to reconcile. But there are certain boundaries that I think, once they're crossed, there is a period of reckoning. And so in this way, I think of two situations, one in which maybe God had laid down this curse, and another situation in which the curse had been brought by some evil force. But either way, this cursing that he hears, and his lack of bewrayment, again meaning to reveal, to expose, to betray something that was previously hidden or secret. So if a curse is hidden way in the mind, that is telling the person of its structure, of its form, making itself aware, then the curse could be just as easily a call. But by the fact of accepting the relationship with the thief, the call becomes a curse. And because of the arrogance of the individual, they choose not to reveal the true meaning. The fear of man brings a snare, but whoso putteth his trust in the Lord shall be safe. So beginning with the first half of this, the fear of man brings a snare. We have to first start by talking about this word fear. Now before I look up etymological considerations, it might be useful to think about personal experiences about fear. Like with many things, many emotions, it is something that can come at varying degrees and in varying situations. I could say that I am fearful about a particular experience, that there is a swell of anxiety. I could say that I am fearful about public speaking, which I am. But what does that mean exactly? That there is something that I know will cause me pain. Or maybe I should say a strong sense of uncomfortability. Because what is pain after a certain point? I suppose it could be classified as pain, but not pain in the sense that one may break their arm and experience that type of pain. It's a stressful psychological type of pain. Now, of course, based on one's disposition and their attention, it doesn't necessarily need to be this way. This is one example. There's the other type of fear in which many of us would probably identify, maybe a scenario in which a person is walking at night and there is some mischievous second party that is prowling through the unseen landscape. And they are making their presence known subtly so as to provoke stress and this sense of the person of impending danger. And if a person does not have the tools to manage their emotions, I think what inevitably happens is a chaotic breakdown of attention. Or a hyper-focus on the potential threat. Now, there's been an expression that has been burned into my mind, and that is an expression that is common among people that are at end-stage dementia. And I've described it as the fear. I'm not exactly sure what it feels like, but the expression, I think, matches fear quite nicely. That it is almost like a deer in the headlights situation. A person is so scared of any subtle change in the environment, probably because the self is disintegrating. It doesn't know where it's at. It doesn't know what it is. And so any sudden break in the attention away from trying to find the answer, maybe, causes this profound instability of mind. And that even the subtlest of movements will cause a person to lose their mind. That's not a good expression to use in this context, but to lose a certain hold on maybe their disposition or a calm behavior. And again, the slightest touch or movement is enough to set somebody into a fearful, perhaps tearful spiral. I feel that this sort of thing is fear. I wonder at my experience. I have not had life or death situations. I have not been stalked or robbed. And so these types of experiences that would probably prompt fear in me, I have limited experience with. But if we stick with the idea of fear as being something that is an unpleasant feeling that is provoked in the presence of potential pain, or the belief that something is dangerous, likely to cause pain, or to be of severe threat. I think we can do something with this definition. So a snare is an object that is meant to catch. I think of a predator and prey. The predator, that is man, sets the snare for an animal to fall into, to be caught, to be deceived. And by their, as a result of being caught, this animal is doomed. They are limited in their mobility. So if we think of this fear, an experience of expected pain or threat, as a snare, what exactly is being caught in it? We can say that we are being caught in it, but physically, of course, we are not. There's an aspect of our mind that is caught in this snare. That intense feeling of dread, of terror, distracts us from more primary and important thoughts. But whoso puts his trust in the Lord shall be safe from the snare. So there is this implication that the Lord is a place that is liberated from the aspect of mind that finds itself in this inattentive, chaotic swirl of emotions because of what they perceive to be dangerous, or pain that is to be perceived, or pain that is to be had. Now, this relationship is one that I find fascinating. The relationship of the mind and what it has to sacrifice given a particular situation. Perhaps the pain is currently unfolding, and this fearful experience is all continually intensifying, or in the midst of some situation in which one is being stalked by a killer or something. That there is a frame of reference or a frame of mind for which we don't feel dread, we don't feel this fear, but rather we feel the Lord's presence, which is something that directs our attention. If we believe that we must preserve ourselves, that this is the utmost good, then we should be taking precaution to do so. If it is sudden, unexpected, uncontrollable, then we give up what we cannot control immediately. Perhaps including the pain, despite the feeling. Many seek the ruler's favor, but every man's judgment comes from the Lord. So we have to discuss this relationship between man and his ruler. At the outset, it's quite easy to imagine why a person would want to be in good favor of a ruler. There are plenty of material benefits, and perhaps beyond, that one would receive by such a companionship or good graces of the ruler. And as a matter of importance, it's undeniable the centrality of attention in the mind of man. Of the various structures of governance, I think we can see varying degrees of relationality among subjects and lawmakers and rulers that have more authority or control, like a monarch or a despot. And considering that we just came off of a verse that discussed so intimately the relationship of the soul, and the potential for the corruption given a particular type of relationship. Although not explicitly mentioned, I think what we see here is something of importance, something related to what we discussed earlier about the soul. And at once it's difficult to put my finger exactly on it. And it also reminds me of a previous verse in which we discussed the idea of the subject, or the servant rather. I believe it was verse 21. He that delicately brings up his servant from a child shall have him become his son at the length. What comes to mind is the idea of the subject and the ruler. What also comes to mind is that transformational experience by which, in verse 21, we saw the servant transform into a position quite elevated in a relative sense to that of the servant, to a position of the son, a fundamental shift. And I say that because what my mind focuses on is that possibility for change to occur. And given what I said already about the varying degrees of relationships that any particular subject has to their government or to their ruler, in the sense that it might be a monarch with supreme authority, a divine right to rule, I have to also imagine, given man's experience, given what man is, there's no reason why he cannot find himself in that disposition, that state of mind for which he has transformed and moved beyond his station into something completely different. Now, it's understandable why there are many who may feel that this is not possible given the certain constraints of a particular society. And strong cultural constraints, thinking about India, for example, the caste system puts a certain damper on the potential of the human spirit, but it doesn't mean that it is completely withheld. And going back to the matter of the soul, I think we can see that this expression, the communication with the divine spirit, may be altered by one man's perception of his divine right to rule. Now, I don't mean to say that there is never a ruler that has a divine spirit, perhaps, that follows him. But I also would not wish to pretend that, at least from a standard of modern sensibility, that there is something inherent about any particular institution that is fixed by God, and therefore a man ought to rule in it. Now, there is some caveats there, I think, because man and his society requires institutions. And there is a place for his religious sentiments, and I think by that there will be a home for the divine impulse in man, the divine spirit, as it comes through him. Many seek the ruler's favor. This matter of seeking for something that is beneath the path that would allow a particular type of transformation, perhaps. Perhaps it is a state of being, a state of existence in man's development that he is forced to submit to such a station or situation. The second half of this verse provides us with a fascinating context structure. Many seek the ruler's favor, but every man's judgment comes from the Lord. I think a degree of what I was saying there is certainly the focus of the second half of this verse. I'd like to flesh it out a little bit. But every man's judgment. Now, I suppose we should spend some time talking about judgment. There are many things that can be said about it. There are many dialogues that have been written about it. There have been many arguments to uphold it. And there have been many experiences for which it has been foregone and forgotten. Like with many things, we can explore at different levels. The sense of justice is something that is immediate to our experience. I can describe what I feel as just. I can justify something that I am thinking. But within this space, exactly where are we? When I say that I am attempting to justify something, or it's justified because of some reason, usually there is an implication that a behavior is involved. That if I do something, that I am admitting to some other person or myself that my behavior is correct given a certain line of thinking. Now, what exactly does this mean? I think most things don't require an explicit awareness for doing. But it doesn't mean that an awareness of even the most simplest of tasks is beyond our observation. And so I find myself now looking down. This might be, we'll see where it goes, but I find myself now looking down at my ankle. I have a particularly baggy pair of pants that I'm wearing because it is comfortable. But I don't have any socks on. And I was thinking about my ankle for some reason as I was describing this behavior and attempting to justify it. And as I sit here in reflection, I am holding a particular posture. My leg is crossed, my right leg is over my left. I am leaning slightly to my left on the arm rest of my chair. I'm holding the microphone cord sort of in a loop within the fingernail of my thumb on my left side. And on my right side, my thumb is moving back and forth just proximal to the medial malleolus of my ankle, running over the tibia. And as I was explaining this potential scenario of having some thought or even behaving in such a way that it doesn't require an explicit thought, now I'm turning my attention to it, and I'm continuing to perform this behavior of moving my thumb back and forth, sort of a self-soothing behavior, perhaps, to expand my reflection. The interesting thing is, if I were asked to justify this behavior, certainly I would say that I don't know. And yet there is some justification for it. I've just explained it. But it took me some time to get to it. And this is sort of a curious experience, it seems. For something to have a justification, and yet somebody can behave in such a way that it doesn't require justification. And here I think about law. I think about a structure that is meant to maintain order, but also a structure that is bent on observing and justifying things. Perhaps that which has been justified by others, but justifying things rightly, so that particular behaviors may be thrown out of the public realm of acceptability. And I think about certainly the many situations, much like the behavior that I'm participating in now, just rubbing my finger back and forth to soothe my mind, to focus my attention to a degree. I think about scaling this up into behaviors that are actually more impactful and purposeful, for which people, or a person, perhaps myself, do not understand why they do what they do, and yet a justification is within that experience. Now, this may or may not serve us useful as we continue to interpret this verse, but I'd like to leave it on the table. And I'd like to explore a new path in terms of this word, justice. Within justice, I think within the root of justice, when we think about the Latin roots, there is a suffix, which I will not be able to pronounce, but it means to say or to declare something. And then the prefix presupposes law, right, or justice. But to say something or to declare something rightly is it can be a procedure that requires intense motivation and attention. So today is a new day. It happens to be the middle of the week. It is an evening. I got off of work about an hour ago, and I am sitting now ready to begin another recording. So like usual, I'll begin this segment with a prayer. Dear Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you that I can be here. There occurred a few different thoughts today, but maybe generally I can reflect on a disposition. The relationship of the mind to the body is a fascinating thing. And I find our pursuits, the things that we pay attention to and put effort forth to accomplish and to achieve, can at times serve as something to draw energy, focus away from us. And it is this irony or strange observation that I come to you now with. I'm thankful for the productive mind, the productive spirit. I'm thankful for industry. And as recurring themes may have it, I see fatigue as a perpetual limiter to man's productive and industrious spirit. And today, again, thinking about this disposition, of which I think fatigue could be placed there, among other things. But the cause of such a, perhaps an insidious gift or consequence, however we may see it, has served to disrupt my attention, if not temporarily. And I come to you with this. reflection, because there were plenty of moments today that I knew that through prayer this would come up, and I knew that in the moment I would have to deal with it, and that there was really nothing that I could do about the sways of the heart, how it responds to fatigue. And despite my altered attention, I had to experience it nonetheless. Such a bizarre thing to have an aspect of mind that seemingly is observing its lethargy while desiring wakefulness, energy, attentiveness. And so, Lord, I bring this up to place on the altar, to sacrifice the aspects of myself that hold me into that selfish posture for which fatigue may tempt me into, that may suggest to me that it is okay to feel negatively about somebody else, when in fact it is the exhaustion of mind and of heart that distributes that unfortunate burden of thought onto somebody else that does not deserve it. And so with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. So I believe I was discussing judgment, and by extension, justice. And there's not much more fundamentally involved when we speak of justice and judgment than knowing. By extension, the theory of knowing, the epistemology. And there is an attempt within this epistemology, whatever that framework might be, to distinguish justified belief from opinion. And I have to wonder if there's actually a difference between the two. It may be assumed in some sense that opinion is the opposite of justified belief, that there is really nothing there to hold it. But I don't think that that's true. Just like justified belief may not necessarily be true, it's just most reasonable to be true. An opinion, perhaps we may say, is less so. Its foundations are less sturdy. But of the Latin origin of the word opinion, we have opinio, which is a noun meaning belief, judgment, supposition, or estimation, derived from the word opinare, which is a verb meaning to think, suppose, or judge. The root is linked to the Proto-Indo-European root op, or op, meaning to choose, to perceive, to believe. Opinion, in Old French in the 12th century, we have view, judgment, belief. In Middle English, it is the same. And we have an evolution of personal belief, judgment or estimation, public or expert opinion. But going back to the Latin, these foundational roots, we see judgment again, we see belief. Supposition, an interesting word in and of itself, deserves a definition. A supposition is an uncertain belief, and an estimation. So out of all of these things, we are still at the base level using related words to describe or to define each other. Now, I don't mean to reduce everything to a matter of opinion, because obviously there must be a way of distinguishing between that which is less certain and that which is more certain. And I think it is reasonable to say that when we are more certain about something, there are reasons for our certainty. We are able to better give an account for our judgments. And it is within the accounting of our judgments that both we find certainty, but also that difference between what I Googled a minute ago when I Googled epistemology, that distinguishes between justified belief from opinion. And in this way, or in this sense perhaps, justified is implied to mean that something has happened. This is a state of opinion that has lapsed beyond something. And the thing that it has lapsed beyond, I think, is the point. It's difficult to say exactly, because there must be some established mind, series of minds, an institution, like an academy, a civil authority, an ecclesiastical, that has the ability to observe and to perceive. And in ourselves as well, I think we all have certain standards for what constitutes something as justified versus something that is premature and still developing. The strange part about it, though, is that both situations of the justified and of the premature, we can both call of them opinions. Now, the definition of an opinion is a view or judgment formed about something, not necessarily based on fact or knowledge. So I suppose I should ask the question, how many of our thoughts can be described as something formed that is not based on fact or knowledge? This sort of requires us to know what knowledge is. For if we understood what knowledge was, then we would know what it would mean to have some thought that is either based on it, or based in it, or not based in it. So, if I define the word knowledge, the first definition: facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. Now let's think of a child. A child certainly has a view. A child certainly makes judgments. A child is inherently curious, but they make judgments that are unsound at times. Perhaps it is fueled by their curiosity, of wonder, of wanting to know. But I think also about the temper tantrums. I think about the wanting to get one's way, despite the way of going about it being incorrect. Surely we can say that the decision to behave in such a emotional manner, uncontrolled manner, stems from a manner of opinion. But of a child's curiosity, we can also say that their explorations of the pots and pans and of puzzles and of that sort is also of opinion. That they have some view of what's in front of them, and they wish to execute, to make judgments. And as they do it, there is this gradual process of coming to understand and coming to know through experience. And so it would seem that opinion is quite a broad category. It stems from the premature to the most mature. And of those opinions that are mature, sometimes we can refer to them as judgments. But not always, because a judgment can be something that is premature as well. It could be based on some opinion that is very little versed in the practicalities of a situation. Thinking of a toddler playing with a puzzle. There are plenty of trials and errors for which a toddler may try to fit an animal piece in a wood cutout of another animal piece, or perhaps even a large puzzle with puzzle pieces in the typical sense, trying to imagine not just the image that the puzzle can be put together to represent, but also how individual pieces come together to form some coherent whole. There are fundamental concepts there that require experience. It requires the development of that view. And it seems to me that within this, at least the visual, the image of this, some of our words seem to be a bit muddled. Or perhaps they're only muddled in my mind, but nonetheless it is important for us to define these things if we are going to understand how exactly it is that every man's judgment comes from the Lord. So we have this developmental process in mind about how the mind and its view and its judgments are formed. They are formed by many things. In examining the most premature of these opinions, of these views, I think we are afforded something interesting. A state of mind that's perhaps not as inundated by experience, both practical but also noisy. And sometimes it is both inexperience but also the inundation of information, and by which I think we can call experience, that makes it difficult for us to filter out the information that is most relevant, exactly relevant, and most supportive of a strong judgment. That in that epistemological sense, that would make the difference between opinion and accounted judgment. Again, that is to say that the haze or the fog of that developed mind, because its development and because of that static, the differentiation, the epistemological differentiation is troubled somewhat. The accountable justification has been limited, stunted. Now, of course, this is not always the case, but it's a possibility. Going back to what I was saying about this premature opinion, for which there really is no static. Perhaps they're static in the sense that the agent has difficulty focusing attention, but assuming that it is attentive on something, it finds a task that is novel. And although I think we can say with some certainty that there are overlapping experiences and situations. Certainly, in the sense of a toddler, adjusting to the physical world is a continual process, but encountering novel situations always involves the certain fundamentals of the physical environment. And the body and the mind adapt to that over time. But speaking, again, of the juvenile, of the inexperienced, one must wonder, encountering these situations for near the first time, and processing what to do about it. I think we encounter things at different levels. The level of the puzzle, involving all of the rudimentary laws that the infant must learn and adapt to before they're actually able to pay attention enough to articulate with such a device, with such a conceptual device. Interacting with laws of nature seem to be some of the most fundamental things that we have to do in our infancy in order to survive and to adapt. I suppose there's something that could be said here about natural law. About that state of nature and its foundational role. I find that all interesting. But thinking of God, thinking of mind, thinking of thoughts as they emerge. Many seek the ruler's favor, but every man's judgment comes from the Lord. In this way, I see a broad informational landscape, all of which is connected to God in some way. God can give a justification for all of it. He can give an account for all of it. And so because of this, I wonder then what it means for our judgments to come from that thing, from that source. Because again, it is a varying scale of integration and of epistemological certainty. I suppose there are certain fundamentals that we always rely on. Nature seems to be up there, and our physical laws, what we understand about the physical world seems to be up there. We learn it, and we develop such a faith in them that it is not easily broken. Even in our most extreme moments, if we are in a life and death situation, we are not worried about the effects of gravity on us. We know it. We don't have to pause and consider it. Of course, we would consider something if we were running from a predator, for example, and we had to jump from a high surface. We would understand intuitively the risk involved. Judgments come from God. In my mind, I would like to separate out that experiential drive, or the experiential aspect of us that learns these natural laws and all of the things that are fit on top of that, like the inventions of man and his society and tools, etc. From that of a judgment of a separate agent that we call God. Separate, but also not, in a way. For we are a sort of judgment in God's eyes. We are material that is certainly accounted for in His eyes. Material that has formed itself in such a way to have a freedom of sorts. to expand that intelligibility of mind. But all the same, what feeds it is the foundation or the expression, the creation of that information itself. It is like a river that gives life to some broader body of water. That our judgments are an extension, like this volume of water or information that comes not from us. It is something that we are endowed with. The way that we are organized, the amount of time that it has taken. Time is relative, I suppose, important to us, but maybe not to another agent. So perhaps I won't use time. But every man's judgment comes from the Lord. I think it could be said that it is not necessarily the Lord's agency. That is it's a difficult territory to explore. There's a lot of interrelated factors. It's hard to make definitive statements. And the irony is that we're talking about judgments, and we're talking about judgments that come from the Lord. But there's a way in which my mind does not know the mind of God. There's a way in which the mind of God knows me, because I am from that. Again, I am the product of the information that flows downstream. Perhaps this epistemological conversation is something that we should come back to. An unjust man is an abomination to the just, and he that is upright in the way is abomination to the wicked. So today happens to be a new day. I just completed my prayer. Decided to do a private one today. So this follow-up verse, I think, is great, considering the verse that we just came from. And the general theme of being somewhat aware of God's desires, by being somewhat aware by observation, and by the sturdiness of our accounting, we come to understand what is just or what is right. But all the same, we lack this fundamental vision that we know some unified consciousness possesses. An unjust man is an abomination to the just. The other motif that has been introduced is that of the unfolding flower, that the pieces that lie at the periphery go to waste and die. But just because there is death of part of that unfolding of the flower, it doesn't mean that the flower itself dies. There is this necessary condition for old parts, or parts, perhaps, if we imagine it in the sense of movement, that this flower is finding itself in new environments. So the flower doesn't necessarily need to be a part of the analogy if we go here, but as the flower finds itself in different environments, in order to survive, it must adapt to its surroundings. And surely it can be said, perhaps trying to increase the relevance of this analogy of the flower, perhaps it can be said that there are many flowers that do not bloom in many different environments. There are flowers that are quite specific to a particular landscape or of a particular latitude, whatever. It is that strange flower of mind that man possesses, for which he can transcend the environment that he finds himself in, whether that be physical, spiritual, or otherwise. And he changes to adapt to that environment. Flowers do not meet this capacity, but man does, as much as he does physically as he does spiritually. Man lives on the poles, at the poles in the Arctic, as well as in the most tropical and perhaps potentially parasitically ridden locations on the planet. We are everywhere in that physical sense, but we are also everywhere, perhaps spiritually. There are many different ways of being. There are many different interests. But in order for fundamental things like stability, along with that peace and goodness, to be preserved, we must constantly be looking at what those things are, how they appear to us, because it is spiritual, how we perceive them. And when we find this perception, we adjust our organization accordingly. And there's also no secret that our adjustments over the centuries have been upset, have been made difficult. But I think it is a necessary aspect of this experience that we change and that we grow, that we unfold, and we necessarily give up the old and dying aspects of our experience. Now, I think it's understandable why this is a tricky business. Finding ourselves too close to the soul, too close to that connectedness with God, then we are too far from that vision of goodness. How could we find it? A general common understanding about desire, about the deep connection among the various elements of our societies, individual and institutional. And I don't mean to paint an entirely utopic vision for man. I suppose we can say that one day there may be something that approaches it, but to anybody that is looking, there are many iterations before we find something like that. I hope for something great, but I expect something reasonable within our recent track record. We have been found to succeed, but we have been found to destroy and to go mad. And I wonder at this common theme that's been brought up a few times in this episode about the aspects of knowledge, of knowing. When people get lost, perhaps superficially in relativism, but what is more likely, a solid intellectual argument for what constitutes unification and oneness, while also being able to determine the distal aspects to that oneness, the aspects of oneness that sacrifice itself or must necessarily fall into absence for things to unfold, as I mentioned, that unfolding of the flower, and that of the self, understanding that relationship, that we don't hold on to trivial things too closely, because there will be times that we have to abandon them and embark on risky ventures. Even more so than that, I would say that our existence is a risky venture. It may seem like it is pampered to some of us, but that's only a small segment of us. And even if we are these industrial animals now, we will find ourselves to a point of a new angst. And of these primitive emotions of the heart, they need solid reason to attach to, otherwise they can find any of the most shallow and superficial of spirits. So I know that not much time has passed between the beginning of that last segment or recording and the day before it. But today happens to be a new day, and I have fallen into a bit of a lapse in productivity. And so I would like to make some of that up now. We are approaching the end of this episode, so I'd like to finish out the verse strong and then continue for some time on chapter 30 today. But I'd like to begin with a prayer. So, dear Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you that I can be here. Although I may tire of this, that recurring theme of absence of mind and of the difficulty of maintaining attention, let's say, must come back once again to the forefront of mind. Because in most of my times of trouble, I find it to be at the root an experience of lacking attention, orientation. And it has improved, surely, as I've come closer to you. But I understand that there's much more work that I need to do. And all of this discussion about the blooming flower of man's experience and of his mind, I also understand that I will not probably find a place of bliss and never-ending satisfaction, that there will always be some sacrifice that is paid just by virtue of the condition of my experience. And so with this in mind, I come to the last verse in chapter 29 of the Proverbs, with you in mind, that I may grow closer to you and learn against those periods of absence. And Lord, with this I pray in Jesus' name, amen. So once again, let's try to have some fun with this verse and go on a journey. An unjust man is an abomination to the just, and he that is upright in the way is abomination to the wicked. So I want to keep in mind a couple things that we've discussed already. This idea of the unfolding and changing flower of man's mind and of his experience. the danger of relativism, the epistemological conversation of the previous verse. And with these ideas in mind, I'd like to discuss the word abomination. Of an abomination, it is a thing that causes disgust or hatred. Now, I happen to be holding a thing in my hand now. It is a cup or a container of sorts. It has a cap to it. I can unscrew it. It can hold things. It has some purpose and some function. There are many things. A thing is something that is quite broad in terms of our linguistic representation, but also of our observations. A thing can be something material, but also something conceptual or immaterial. All the same, though, a thing is something that is identifiable. And in mind, that which we identify, I think to some degree, is related to our current disposition, our perception, the context through which or by which we approach something. This container, for example, we may see its purpose. Somebody may interpret this thing differently as I do. That is, to fulfill different purposes. That's not to say that all things are thought of in this way, but at least in terms of this container, I think it can be said that this experience might be somewhat common. And on a more simpler basis, as we examine its form, its physical structure, opinions may differ about it, about its aesthetic qualities, and even perhaps, as I mentioned, about its usefulness, or the integrity of the material that it's made out of for a particular purpose. And by these observations, by these perspectives, we wouldn't necessarily consider something to be wrong. But there still may be some disagreement about the form of the container. Now, there's no secret about the direction that I'm trying to go here. Relativism is casually trotting aside us at this moment. I am always aware of its presence and of how to mitigate it, because if we get caught in the relativism, the attention has no place to focus. It gets lost in context, it gets lost in perspective, it gets lost in some poor epistemological representation of understanding of knowing. The mind is interesting in this way. It can be overbearing by the amount of different perspectives that it can approach something with. In speaking about a thing such as just and unjust, there are so many different scenarios, situations, perspectives that can lead one to a judgment. But of both of these situations, the unjust man, the just man, the upright and the wicked, both of these individuals have an idea in mind of the way that things are, or the way that things ought to be. made this contention before that I think that there are very few individuals that actually are evil at heart. Most people are either intensely self-interested or strongly mistaken about what a thing is, or what a good thing is, what the right thing is. But both among the wicked and the upright, there are assertions that will cause disgust and hatred among the other group. So if it is the case that among the group that is unjust, and that they are not fully evil, let's say, the cause of this abomination is a matter of difference, but it's a matter of fundamental difference. And it is no surprise that a man might find some difference in fundamental opinion to be cause for concern. If I, at this moment, for whatever reason, was concerned about the integrity of the floor that I stand on, or technically am sitting on, by way of a chair, if I was concerned that this floor would give way, then I would take the action to remove myself from that situation, to find a more stable footing. Now, if it was the case that I could not exit the situation, that I was forced to deal with the instability of the floor, then I would be very cautious about moving in such a way that would cause further instability. I'd be quite vigorous, in fact, in terms of my attention to be aware of those things that bring me close to a point of failure. Now, this situation is a bit different when we bring about the mind into the discussion. But it's not so different. The only way it's different is that within the relationship is that there are two minds involved instead of one. But all the same, there is foundational differences. That if two people are... This brings to mind a David Hume thought that I had difficulty understanding at the time, but now that I think about it, it becomes a little bit more clear. He has this statement. In fact, I should probably grab the book so I can go over exactly what he says. Just give me a moment to find the page. He says, this is of his essay of parties in general, speaking about political parties or political faction, whatever. Two men traveling on the highway, the one east, the other west, can easily pass each other, if the way be broad enough. But two men, reasoning upon the opposite principles of religion, cannot so easily pass, without shocking. The one should think that the way were also, in that case, sufficiently broad, and that each might proceed without interruption in his own course. But such is the nature of the human mind, that it always lays hold on every mind that approaches it. And as it is wonderfully fortified by an unanimity of sentiments, so is it shocked and disturbed by any contrariety. So it's no secret that David Hume isn't the most fond of religion, but much like contemporary usage, I have a bone to pick with the usurpation of the term religion. It often refers to the worst parts of our religious expression and sentiments, but it doesn't take into consideration how fundamental those sentiments actually are. But that aside, there is something interesting here about the fundamental nature of a fundamental disagreement, especially on the religious level. And on the religious level, I would like to mean this universally, in the sense that it doesn't depend on some atheistic belief. And the only reason I make that distinction is because if we exclude well, there are a few different ways I think that we can say this, but religion is such a fundamental concept and experience of man that it is not something that will go away. Religion is not a pre-enlightenment experience. It is not something that we will grow out of. It is a way of seeing things. It involves the subject. It involves the experience of the subject. And it involves the ways in which that subject can connect to systems, material, other minds, and in the theological sense, the transcendent minds. And so the way of understanding connection is fundamental. Now we can ask ourselves, well, in what way would a just man and then an unjust man come together in such a fundamental disagreement? I think the first important point is that they don't have to be of different religions. They can be of the same religion. And if they are attentive to these sorts of things, I think their quarrels will be quite intense. That's not to say, if they weren't religious, that they wouldn't have intense quarrels. They would have, even if they didn't perceive it to be, they would have their religious sentiments wound up in some other framework by which they can find themselves quite excited and upset about some insult to. So that aside, there are a few different things that come to mind. I got caught thinking about a friend of mine and the way that I interact with her. And I have been thinking lately that my interaction with her has been poor. And I think that I have been playing a significant role in it. That I wish to reveal something, or to have a particular type of exchange, maybe not reveal, but reveal in the sense that I'd like a reciprocal exchange to be something substantial, that we can have a dialogue, let's say. Now, just for the mind that might be hearing this, it is not romantic, the relationship. But what I find difficult is that the conversations remain superficial. In a way, there are certain types of connection that any particular type of expression of care and concern represents, linguistically at least, something that is much more than just a series of shallow conversations that have occurred throughout a few weeks. There are different ways in which a person can show a love for somebody else. So I don't want to say that there's no love in the relationship. However, as much as I value the tools of language, I would love for that mode of expression to be something of a constant way to develop that relationship. And there is a strong relatedness, I think, to this experience and this verse. Now, in what way do I mean? Well, in the first, there's a heavy self-criticism, because at this point I think about my response to certain beliefs, and often I find myself getting into the mode that is all too present now in our culture, because we're having a cultural dispute. Some people call it a cultural war, but it is 2025 and it has not ended yet. For any social anthropologists that may be listening in the future. But we're in the middle of this thing. And there are many people out there on many different sides of things. And we all have our opinions. And we all, at this moment, are getting quite excited about them. And also getting quite excited at the very perception at the contrary position. But this would deny the beauty of our some of our religious foundations, and certainly of our philosophical traditions. By coming to know something together, and by developing and building something. And that difference is not this insurmountable thing. So there's some more unpacking that I'll have to do here. And I do think that this is going to be a productive way to go. So as far as I can identify with the sort of unjustness of my expression, an unjust man is an abomination to the just, and he that is upright in the way is an abomination to the wicked. At this level, within this relationship, I see myself unjust in a number of ways. And because of this injustice, the abomination, the hatred, or at least the adversity to my belief, is seen in what we would say as the just part of my friend's argument. And so approaching it purely through this filter of unjust and just, thinking about myself and the unjust elements that I perceive to be unjust, at least. Number one is weakness. I have failed to make proper connections, to use words that perhaps mean more fundamental things that can separate my friend away from a very charged discussion and topic, that of religion. And in her mind, it is a term of division more than it is an actual way of bonding, or a traditional methodological approach to bonding. The idea of the living word, I don't think enters her conception. The way in which one would participate with such a technology is foreign. And I think the religious sentiments in that sense are just not exposed to what is on offer. And that's not to say that there is not disputed information within the Bible. It's all over the place. But that's part of the point. To develop this flower, we have to recognize that things are often uncertain, and that even within ourselves, this is a continual process. But for a man that desires something that is good, and all he does in the pursuit of that goodness is to destroy the very thing that would lead him to his desire, then perhaps he is on the wrong path. But more so, perhaps the desire is something that needs to be altered. I think it can be said, at least in my case, that what I want is a more solid relationship, and doing that through expansive reciprocal dialogue. My true desire, although this is something that I want and I hold it there, my true desire has faltered, and it has, as a matter of attention and the emotions that gather to attention, the excitement, they have gathered towards the excitement and the inability to sacrifice that desire for the feeling in that moment, or perhaps the aversion from it. It's hard to say sometimes exactly which it is. That I fail in that pursuit to move to a deeper level, to a deeper layer, and actually do the opposite, damage the relationship. And so this is a type of injustice, I would say. To claim to love somebody and yet to hurt them, this is not just. Or maybe I should say not hurt them per se, but to make it more difficult to have such conversations or reach that goal. And there is another way in which my behavior has been demonstrated by weakness. Weakness of character, weakness of want for, or of the steadfast disposition such that I can achieve what I'm after, to do what I wish to do. And it is within this weakness that I haven't been able to pierce a conversation that is more difficult, or maybe not more difficult, but beneath the surface, and to break all of this superficial nonsense that is perverting the true mission. Now, on the flip side, there is this resistance to anything remotely close to the religious enterprise. And there's also some fair political differences, which stretch from religious differences. Maybe. I think perhaps not actually. But the expression of certain things into the political domain, there are differences. Now, it is not incumbent on the other person to see it as I see it. It is incumbent on me, if I wish to change the relationship, to, one, have the strength to actually put forth the effort to have the conversation, but also, secondly, it is to bring the person along in such a way that they will come along. Because if what I am doing is asking them to follow me somewhere, on an experience or on a journey, they're probably not going to do it if their first step that they have to take is a booby trap that I had set up for them, or if they believe that was the case. And perhaps it is the case. If the mind is so resistant to something that it cannot focus beyond it by accepting some degree of reason, but is faced in resistance by 30 or more years of perhaps personal experience, but also reading to the contrary of something, it is a losing battle. So I think so I say this to say that I think there's a thread in here that is valuable about the relationship of the unjust to the just. In both of us, the spirit of justice and injustice, I suppose, exists. It dances and articulates with the other party as it will. If it wins, then of course that's the spirit that is won. But as this situation is outlined, what we see is the desire for the spirit of justice, to see it, And if we have the desire to see it, then all we have to do is open our minds. What that means might be quite sophisticated. It might be discussing the nature of seeing before one actually gets into a conversation about who knows, maybe what is right, something fundamental about the nature of love. That's a good one. About the nature of connection, about the nature of difference, of singularity, of multiplicity. These are interesting conversations because they have such principled foundations that it can hold quite a bit of thought on top of them. So where to recap here? I think in the spiritual sense, if we say that justice and injustice can be seen as a spirit, and they are moving through us, it is incumbent on us to have that strong attention, that willful direction that points us to solving a problem or a potential problem. But also, I suppose in a similar light, if we are thinking about examining the spirits, we should probably be thinking together about ways to avoid injustice. It doesn't have to be in a direct sense, but at least a common awareness and understanding of the ground rules of the conversation. That we're not going to go to selfishness, we're not going to go to ideological, emotional refuge. We are going to explore and build and take risk and to sacrifice. Now within all of this, I think there is plenty of that possibility for those who may be in the absolute sense just, or be in the absolute sense unjust, or, as the verse suggests, in a relative way, it is kind of similar in that an unjust person may see a just person as wicked. Now this is wrong ultimately, somehow, by some vision, by some sense of justice, but all the same to this person, while it may not be a bad person, does not have the sight to get to what is just and what is right. And every single one of us is exposed to this paradox of becoming the unjust person while maybe considering ourselves to be right. But actually, we ourselves are wrong in our assessments. And so this verse, again, it brings me to the place where, in order to solve these sorts of controversies of relativism, there has to be a procedure that the subject undergoes with somebody else. A dialogue, dialogical maybe, a dialogical expression, such that these problems are avoided. And I think that there's a certain art and sophistication to that, especially if a relationship has been damaged in some way. And so with this thought in mind, I think that moving forward, when I see my friend, I'm going to try this. What I wonder in my mind, though, is if I should not apologize and make it directly known. This is something that I'll have to think about and pray about. But I think I'm going to end this episode here, about 4.5 hours in, and continue next time with chapter 30. We are entering into the last 2 chapters here of the book of Proverbs. So until next time.